And we are live. We're live. We're pretty much on time. I think I'm 1 minute late, but I've been here for a minute. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate y'all for joining. We're here live for a special edition of ABL Live. We're covering the Democratic National Convention. It's already kind of rocking and rolling right now. They got the chair of the DNC, Jamie Harrison, speaking. And I heard some of the speech. It was pretty soft, pretty weak so far. But Biden will speak tonight. So they say. We'll see if he's actually going to be there in the building giving a live speech, or if it's going to be something pre-recorded from the White House little studio they got going on across the street from the actual White House. But tonight is supposed to be his farewell speech. Now, Kamala is going to speak on Thursday. Now, before we even get into it, can I send you guys a poll? Here's my poll question. And again, the Democratic National Convention starts today and ends on Thursday. Biden will speak tonight, so they say, to give his farewell speech, which is crazy. How you going to get nominated, then be like, nah, and then say, yeah, we're going to just put them in there, someone who did not get voted for. Okay, but I want to start a poll with you guys. Who will have the better speech at the or who will have the better DNC speech? Is it going to be Joe Biden or Kamala? Now, understand this. Joe Biden, we all know, is about 1,000 years old. Joe Biden was the Cro-Magnon man, the Neanderthal, the missing link. He was in the cave drawing those little illustrations on the walls. He was in the cave drawing buffalo and tadpole and fish and squares, triangles, things of this nature. Okay, that was the first man. He was one of the first human beings. All right. When they were still drafting the Bible, he was around harvesting wheat and stuff like this. So we know he's very old. But Kamala is incompetent and not as old. Biden is not as incompetent, but old. So which one will cancel out the other? The old, somewhat incompetent guy, or the incompetent, not so old person? You got Maxine Waters coming now. I want to hear what she has to say. Got a brand new wig for the event. I'm loving it.
Hello, delegates. Now, you know, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I was just 22 years old when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City. And she arrived with a group of black delegates from Mississippi. Delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City, but you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala, has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
Cringe. Big time cringe factor. Okay, so that was her speech. I'm not sure what that was all about. Is there anybody else coming out? Now, again, you're watching the Democratic National Convention from Chicago, Illinois. It'll be from this night, tonight, or today, Monday, August 19th, until Thursday, August 22nd.
Civic participation, Melanie Campbell.
I don't know who these people are.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job.
Cornball, big cornball.
Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first black mayor of the city of Chicago.
If you're going to be the CEO of the NAACP, shouldn't you at least be able to speak well publicly? That's just my opinion, but maybe I'm asking for too much.
For the White House inspired us all to keep hope alive. Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history. And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable.
Never heard of it in my life before. This is my very first time ever hearing about that organization, ever.
And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of Black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that Black women could play in moving our nation forward. As president, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know what this world is coming to.
We resist those attacks collectively, and we will stand together.
Do we believe in freedom?
Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
The institutions of this country belong to all of the people who inhabit it.
Jesse Jackson took to the stage at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, knowing the uphill battle he would face in composing the score of a harmonious nation.
Reverend Jackson started out very young. He opened the door, and he continues to do that even now, that all of us have a responsibility for other generations to come behind us.
Jesse Jackson's candidacy in 1984 helped to pave the way for Barack Obama's presidency in 2008.
Oh, okay.
His 1988 candidacy helped to reshape the Democratic National Committee. His candidacy was before its time.
Fueled by passion and determination and marching to their own beat,
Man, look, I mean, I'm tired of hearing about all this old stuff from the 50s and 60s. Like, it's 2024, man. We got things that are going on right now. I don't care nothing about all this black struggle and blackity black. I don't care nothing about all of that. I don't care about, but you know what's going on here? They're appealing to the black community as a way to appeal to non-blacks who feel sympathy for the black cause. So they think they're doing something moral and righteous by supporting this. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of what's going on. That's the whole issue here. Then they put this non-black woman, Kamala Harris, up there as a representation of what they think we would want as a people, when in reality, all it does is just hurt us. It may empower some people's pockets that got a lot of money, but ultimately it doesn't do the community any good. To keep trying to subsist on government benefits, to keep trying to get a little bit of crumb here and there, to have the neighborhoods overrun with illegal aliens, and then the illegal aliens and black folks who have been here for hundreds of years, now we got to compete for resources and space and territory and everything else. It's a mess. I'm going to do a video. There's I think it's in Aurora, Colorado. There's an apartment complex that has been taken over by the so-called migrants, taken over. And they're extorting the tenants inside the building. Landlords say you can't do anything about it. Police, federales, hey, I can't do nothing about it. That's squatter's law. What are we going to do? We can't do nothing about it. It's so bad that the landlord has been forced to evict his paying tenants because of how they're being treated by the migrants. But yeah, this woman is halfway black, kind of a little bit maybe. So vote for her, because Shirley Chisholm and all these other black folks from the past that don't make a difference today. Okay, all these communist trained people, all these funded by the white man people who want to say that they are totally 100% independent and they are for the black struggle. I can't tell, but I'm getting triggered. Let me let them give their piece.
Surrender. America will get better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Please welcome founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
This guy got to be about 100 years old right now in the wheelchair. Come on, man. Like, why y'all got to keep abusing these elders? Okay, at least Joe Biden can walk a little bit. This man's in a wheelchair, and y'all trotting him out. He looking like Muhammad Ali at the Olympics. This is ridiculous. Like, If I'm being funny, please pardon me. I'm being serious. Look at this guy, man. All right, just got music in the background. So they just look at the old lady, you know, crying. For what though? What are you crying for? What did this dude ever do? Jesse Jackson. What did he ever do? And you got these, man, let that man go back to the house. Look at these grown men crying. Crying for what? What are you crying for? What did Jesse Jackson ever do for you? How did this man's presence on planet Earth help the community? What did he do? What was it him that said we will be called African American from now on? It was either him or the other fossil, Al Sharpton. At least Al Sharpton is not in the wheelchair and getting trotted around. He didn't even say anything. He didn't even say anything. All he did was just go out there and wave. They rolled him out in the wheelchair. He's waving like he don't know what's going on, and they roll him right back behind the stage. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So it's not just he's not necessarily too mobile. It's that he can't even really speak. That's nuts. That's out of this world, man. Okay, who they got coming up next? Oh, back to Jimmy. This is the head of the DNC, Jamie Harrison. Okay, so what are we doing here?
Democrats, our first order of business is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes that had just occurred.
Oh, right, okay.
When the committee approved an agenda, it was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the Standing Committee report booklet emailed to each convention participant. In addition to fantastic speakers and performers, tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda, hearing the Credentials Committee report, hearing the Rules Committee report, and considering a resolution as recommended by the committee, hearing the Platform Committee report and considering our national platform as recommended by the Platform Committee, and holding a confirmatory and ceremonial vote for our vice presidential nominee. Tuesday includes a ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee. Wednesday, we'll hear ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech. And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech.
Terrible.
So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is there a second? All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary Marcia Fudge and James Roosevelt Jr.
I've seen her before. She went viral a while back because she was.
Greetings, my friends.
Yeah.
It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend, Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to the call, the Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution to credential the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention. I am pleased to report that there were no credentials issues to be decided by the committee. Their work allowed us to nominate two champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
Our delegate selection process is designed to ensure every voice is heard and every vision is heard, and our delegates accurately represent their electorates. Diversity is our party's strength, and I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today. I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
Please welcome Rules Committee Co-Chair, Bishop Leah Daughtry.
They're talking about rules, all this other, like, why do the rules matter when Biden was nominated by the people and they're just saying, nah, it's not going to be Biden. We'll just put in Kamala with no vote. That's crazy.
It was my honor to serve as co-chair of the Convention Rules Committee alongside my friend, Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening, but it's good to know that serving as co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion. The Rules Committee adopted the procedural rules of the convention on July 24th. They are based on long-standing processes governing our convention and ensured that we met all ballot access deadlines. The rules established the virtual nominating process for the party's nominees and set the stage for in-person votes at the convention to adopt our platform and resolutions recommended by the Rules Committee, as well as to cast celebratory votes on our nominees and hear their acceptance speeches. Under the Rules Committee authority, the Rules Committee is recommending for your approval one resolution. Contained in the committee's report, the resolution supports the current practice regarding automatic delegates, as well as other reforms to make our party stronger. The co-chairs are pleased to move the adoption of this resolution on behalf of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Bishop Daughtry. The Rules Committee has moved the approval of the resolution. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote on approving the resolution as recommended by the Rules Committee. All those in favor of the committee's recommendation to approve the unity resolution say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. I'm pleased to report for the record that with a majority of delegates having voted in the affirmative, the resolution has been approved. My thanks to our Rules Committee co-chairs and members for your efforts to build a transparent and inclusive party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please welcome Platform Committee co-chairs Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Mayor Regina Romero.
Hello, delegates. It is my pleasure to join Co-Chair Romero to present the national platform as recommended for approval by the committee. Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished hand in hand, and it presents a bold vision for our future. Kamala Harris will protect reproductive freedoms. Donald Trump will rip them away. Kamala Harris will lower costs for Americans, expand access to affordable health care.
My man, who are you? Who are you? Why are you giving us a campaign speech? Who are you? You're just a cog in the machine. You can keep all that extra stuff. Just get down to the meat and potatoes. What are you actually on stage for, sir?
Kamala Harris is going to defend our democracy. Donald Trump is going to undermine it. The choice before us is clear, and the stakes could not be higher.
Buenas noches, demócratas.
Oh, boy. See, say, Podway. Everybody, see, say, Podway. Cringe.
As your co-chair, I also want to recognize Louisa Terrell and the drafting subcommittee for their work. This platform was passed by the Platform Committee on July 16, prior to the President passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism. And it's the product of a comprehensive process to engage with leaders from all corners of our winning coalition. Hundreds of submissions, hours upon hours of hearing and testimonies, countless conversations with community leaders and grassroots Democrats. All were essential to producing a forward-looking vision for our party that echoes the voices of all. Vice President Harris is now carrying the torch. And she and Governor Walz are committed to delivering results for the American people. Then you have Donald Trump. His extreme agenda is working against everyday Americans. He is fighting for big oil, big pharma, big banks, but most of all, my fellow Democrats, he is fighting for himself. This November, we need to keep Democrats in office and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz so we can implement an agenda that works for everyone. Cuando luchamos, ganamos. And with that, on behalf of the Platform Committee, we are pleased to move the adoption of the 2024 Democratic National Platform.
Thank you. The co-chairs have moved the approval of the national platform. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice.
You see what all this stuff that they're doing? This is exemplary of government red tape, bureaucracy. What are we even talking about? Just get straight to it. Okay, you wouldn't just ignore the people, forget their votes in their primary, and then just throw Kamala in there as the nominee for the Democratic National Committee, Convention, whatever. She's a Democrat's nominee because y'all said so, not because the people said so. Okay, we got it.
As well as a platform drafting committee and its chair, Louisa Terrell.
When Kamala Harris set out to find her vice president, just 1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future. She found that in Vice President Tim Walz.
They can't read. These people, they're reading a teleprompter. They can't read. This lady right here is struggling. Now, the Hispanic lady, maybe she's not English as a first language, so some of the words may not make a lot of sense to her. But I don't know what it is, but they're having a hard time reading the teleprompter. Maybe it's too far. Hey, I got a pair of glasses. I got another pair of glasses. Hey, if you need some more, I got a spare pair of glasses. You guys can borrow them so you can read the teleprompter because obviously something's going on. All right. Now, yes, I did talk over her because she ain't saying nothing that's important. Who is this lady? Democratic National Convention Committee Chair, Minion Moore. Do you even know who that is? Is she saying anything important? No, she's not. But what I do know is that they are having a hard time reading the teleprompter. So again, either they can't read or it's too far away or the copy doesn't make any sense. Whoever wrote the copy for them to read might not be able to read themselves. So we got kind of a circular thing going on, a blind leading the blind. That guy wrote the copy can't read, they can't read, and it's too far away. It's a whole big mess, but I digress.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as a Democratic nominee for Vice President. Yes, USA. Pursuant to our convention rules, Governor Walz has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which he will deliver on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you, my friends. Delegates, please.
What kind of speech?
The stage, co-chair Peggy Flanagan, to resume chairing our convention.
That's what I'm talking about. You have people in power, people that run this nation behind the scenes that are not playing with a full deck, man. And that's part of the problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago with Democrats from across the country to rally around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and their vision for America.
What kind of jacket is this? It's like a tuxedo, but like inverted?
You can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy. Our theme tonight is for the people. We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow citizens. And we'll hear from our president, Joe Biden, who has been a champion for the people for his entire life.
If you're just now coming in, welcome, welcome, welcome. The reason why I'm streaming this tonight is because Joe Biden is set to give his farewell speech. Hey, thank y'all, 14 million Americans who voted in the primary for me and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. But check it out. I'm going to go ahead and decline the nomination, and you guys are going to select Kamala to be the nominee right here in this building. It won't be from the people. It won't be from the citizenry. It'll be from the delegates who are in Chicago, Illinois right now. That room right there will decide who the nominee for the president will be from the Democratic Party. These individuals right here are going to decide it. These are disciples of the Democratic Party, not the actual people who matter. So, again, the reason why we're here, we're going to hear Joe Biden's farewell speech. And I got a poll up there if you see it. And the poll question is asking, who will have the better speech? Joe Biden's farewell speech or Kamala's acceptance speech? And by the way, Kamala's acceptance speech is going to be on Thursday, the last day of the convention. This is starting today, Monday, August 19th, 24 to Thursday, August 22nd, 24. All right. And this woman right here is the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan. That's a name, ain't it? Peggy Flanagan. All right. Check it out.
Thank you for being part of this evening. 4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee. We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump was playing games. Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped in with quick and decisive.
More died from COVID under Biden-Harris than Trump-Pence. Fun fact, just a little bit of fact.
Nation's future.
And at the end of the day, we know who died from that. People died because they got the vaccination and they had an injury which caused them to die. People deleted themselves. People were 1,000 pounds or they were 100 years old. Everybody knows what happened. So we can stop using that whole thing as an excuse.
We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April. With the heat, we're in very good shape. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. View this the same as the flu. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. We all together have done a very good job.
We think the death will be at a very low number.
I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? I'm taking it. Hydroxychloroquine.
When?
Right now, yeah. You can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the books.
Manual?
I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. It is what it is.
Help is on the way, and it is long overdue.
The $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill to get stimulus aid directly to struggling Americans.
Our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all.
Tonight, the U.S. is nearing a major...
Free for all? How is it free when y'all charge us, the taxpayers, so much money? Free in what way?
Took office, beating his target by about a week. Millions of American students returned to school earlier.
Hey, Trump was right about everything he was saying. It's like, look, it's pretty much going to go away because here we are in 24, just 4 years after the scamdemic popped. And does anybody say, hey, you know what? I got COVID, man. I'm struggling. I need to stay home. Ain't nobody talking about COVID no more. Look, if you get COVID, you might got a flu, basically. You got a cold. Okay, well, look, check it out. You got to just deal with it, man. People die from the flu every day, too. But we're not trying to shut down the whole world because of the flu. This whole thing is ridiculous. It was overblown from the beginning. It shouldn't have been what it was. And everybody knows it. Even Trump messed up on responding too harshly. I don't know who she is, but we're going to find out here.
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, it is what it is. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, help is on the way.
Okay, you just repeated what you just saw in the thing. This is Lauren Underwood, a House rep from Illinois, 14th District.
To take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again. As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making health care more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress.
Here we go with this. I'm Black, I'm young, I'm gay, I'm trans, I'm this, I'm that. Shut up.
Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. I wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As Vice President, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make health care more affordable. And now, 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month. And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back.
That's their little thing they got, their little catchphrase. We're not going back. I'm not going back either. I'm not going back to what you guys have been doing for the past 4 years. So we're going to move forward with Trump in 2025. January 25, we're going to get the orange man back in the building. That's what we're going to do in 25.
Until 2 years ago, I was a full-fledged member of MAGA. I believed Trump. I was a MAGA pundit. I had my own podcast. I was in a state of panic, terrified that Democrats were destroying our country. When the pandemic hit, we needed leadership, but we were given almost nothing. It was a major betrayal to the country. So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber. I stopped listening to what Trump said and looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything. Lying is Trump's toxic superpower. He's ripped apart families, communities, our whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for and believed in Trump. I made a grave mistake, but it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California.
So cringe. Do y'all believe that he was a MAGA? Do you believe that he was a so-called MAGA? Really? Does anybody even talk like that that's really a conservative person? I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you. We all remember. We all remember the world in 2020. Where we were, and for some of us, who we lost. Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California.
Gangland, gang territory.
Was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives. As mayor, I fought for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump. While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues, Donald Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies. He peddled conspiracy theories across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans and our economy collapsed.
Did it?
Summer of 2020, my mom and my stepfather both died of the COVID pandemic. And I miss them every single day. So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of the pandemic, it should make us all furious. Now, I will never forget when Kamala Harris called me after my parents died. She told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control. They safely reopened our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan.
A bunch of fluff, a bunch of nonsense.
A historic economic package that helped small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor. English was our second language, and we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom, she moved here to the United States because she believed in the American dream.
Are you here legally?
I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen.
Ah, there we go.
I raised my right hand and I pledged an oath to protect and to love this country. It was the proudest day of my life.
Now, tell that to all your cousins coming across the border illegally. Tell that to them.
My mom taught me to love this country. She taught me that real American patriotism is not about screaming and yelling America first. Real American patriotism is loving your country so much that you want to help the people in your country. That is American patriotism.
Like that old man you had up there for 4 years, although you knew he shouldn't have been up there at all because he could barely even walk or say his own name without forgetting.
Well, Kamala Harris is ready to lead this country. We can all remember 2020. We can all remember the horrors of Donald Trump. But let's remember, most importantly, tonight and every single day this week, that we are not going back. Thank you.
See, there it is again, a little punchline. We're not going back. That's their whole thing. So if you're playing a drinking game, you better be careful. They're going to say that every time. Also, the whole thing about Trump being a liar or whatever, that's what they want to say.
I'm Ryan from
There it is.
Kamala HQ. And we have a little game we like to play here called 2 Lies and a Lie. We list out 3 things Donald Trump has said, and then we try to figure out if any one of them is true, which they're not. Let's play. First up, jobs. Trump claims his administration created more jobs than we ever had before. He says we had the greatest economy ever, and then we got hit with COVID, and he says he created a manufacturing jobs miracle. Let's dig in. More jobs than we ever had before? Trump lost 3 million jobs. In fact, he's the first president to lose jobs since Herbert Hoover. What about this claim that it was the greatest economy ever and only COVID tanked it? Once again, no. Let's take a look at his track record on jobs before COVID as compared to the Biden-Harris administrations. What do you know? Hardly the...
This is ridiculous because obviously when Biden and Harris are going to get the back end of the lockdowns being over, they're going to get more jobs because of the jobs that have returned to the economy that were not available at the end of C-19. It was a bounce back. Are you doing, you got the regular job growth plus jobs that were not available. So you got, a double impact.
The hang of it, I'll see y'all in a little bit.
And then on top of that, you got the inflation. So people are having to get 2 and 3 jobs. So you got to just put things in perspective here.
While Americans were living in fear. He lied about...
Why they got to get these LGBT black dudes in the Democratic Party? Why they can't get like regular working guys? But I don't want to go down that road. Let's keep on going.
Decisive action to create jobs. support small businesses, and rebuild a stronger and more resilient economy. Kamala Harris is a leader we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those moments. Donald Trump dithers, Kamala Harris delivers. Donald Trump abandons vulnerable people, Kamala Harris protects them. Donald Trump bullies scientists, Kamala Harris believes them. Our next two speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Brian Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
I thought it was going to be Fauci. I was about to flip my entire wig if it was Fauci. Another wheelchair person, can we get some young and spry people out there to talk to the people? I mean, what's going on? Nothing against the wheelchair folks, but come on. Let's get some new blood in the mix, shall we?
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing. Then we found each other.
Yo,
the
is
day
she
we brought
is she translating this? Is she translating?
diagnosed with ALS.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Hey man, God, please forgive me. Oh my God.
6 months to live. That
that's crazy.
was 7 years ago.
Hey, I'm so sorry. Shout out to my man. Hopefully he does well. I don't want to laugh at my man for being disabled, but that's crazy. He's like mumbling in the microphone and then she's translating it. Is that what's going on? Come on, man. You can't tell me that you know what he's saying. What are we doing? This is nuts, man. Hey, man, I apologize, man. Hopefully you're having a good rest of your life. I'm not being sincere, but that interaction was crazy. What in the world was this?
Thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law. We will also keep fighting alongside patients living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris. She's the daughter of a breast cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors.
Stop this, please. Stop. Just stop.
And we can make life better for our caregivers too.
Oh my God, no, man.
Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively. And that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
I swear, listen, you're not translating what he's saying. You're not translating what he's saying. Why get him in the voice box thing that Stephen Hawking had. Get him that so you could communicate better. You're not translating what he's saying. Man, I've never in my life seen anything like that. That was crazy. Somebody said, help, help, help. I am dying. I am done. Hey, yo, that was crazy. Somebody he said, help, help, help. You guys are wild. I'm so sorry. God, forgive me, because that was crazy. I don't like laughing at disabled people, man, but that was nuts.
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause.
Yeah, round of applause. Oh my God.
In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald,
this is Dick Durbin.
Boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this, Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million.
So you just said that the jobs that came back from COVID are 10 million compared to the 6 million that they so-called created. And how many of those new jobs that they created went to regular law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens versus the migrants coming in working for a bag of chips and a sack of peanuts? What are we talking about?
Community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad, and because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead.
Dick Durbin about to be done too. How old is Dick Durbin? He's like he's about 80 years old himself. So these people, elderly people that should be retired, need to go ahead and retire. Okay. And again, I'm not trying to make fun of people that's disabled or elderly, but they're being exploited over here. They're being exploited.
In America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Now, I wonder when they got to Phoenix from California in the past 5 years, 10 years. When did they get to Phoenix from California?
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. JD has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guy. While JD and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin.
Okay, same old thing. But what you said at the beginning, talking about J.D. Vance leaving Ohio, yeah, it's called getting the education. It's called he got shipped to Iraq in the Marines. Yeah, that's the reason why you might want to leave Ohio. I got shipped to Iraq. I joined the Marine Corps. I got shipped to Iraq. Then I went to Yale. Then I was able to go to Silicon Valley. I'm all over this world. I'm not just a guy from Appalachia. And I don't like that whole connotation that, oh, you're from Appalachia or Appalachia adjacent for all the people that want to be funny out there. Oh, Middletown, Ohio with Cincinnati, that's not Appalachia, whatever. Southern Ohio is the same thing. Y'all know I'm from West Virginia. I got family in Columbus, which is farther away than Cincinnati. It's all the same. When you drive in from Eastern Kentucky into West Virginia, you're going to go right by the Cincinnati area. It's right there. It's all in the same area. So it's the same people generally that live in Southern Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, parts of Kentucky, Western Virginia. It's the same thing. So I don't like that whole thing about, oh, well, we can't go anywhere. We can't be ambitious. We got to just stay poor and struggling in Appalachia. I don't like that.
America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. So what was her name? Joyce Beatty from Ohio, 3rd District, I believe, 3rd District.
ABSME President Lee Saunders, SEIU President April Barrett, LIUNA General President Brent Booker.
Man, all this work that the black community is doing for the Democratic National Convention, hopefully we get something out of it. Hopefully we get more than just a small bag of money and a little gift basket. Okay, I'm not trying to get a small bar of Dove soap and some and a pack of cookies. I mean, I want a little bit more for all this work I'm doing. Okay, what's up with the music? Just continuing to go forever. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. I bet this guy identifies as black. I bet this guy identifies as black right here. I don't know who he is, but it looks like he might be a black identifier.
Union, yes. I'm Lee Saunders, president of ABSME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union.
Or how about I don't want to join a union? How about I want the right to work? How about that?
This November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
I am April Barrett, and I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. Been all in for us.
My ears, ouch.
Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century, and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement.
Really?
A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty, wage, work, for once and for all.
Sure you will.
Let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
I'm Brent Booker, and I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for workers who are building America. Hello, I'm Kenny Cooper, representing 840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines, and we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great-paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plans. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings, Jr., President of CWA, the Communication Workers of America. We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic.
What's that?
Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever. She gave CWA members a seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet while creating good union jobs. Listen, we don't play at CWA. And we're fired up. Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I'm not very fired up about that. It didn't really get me going.
I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO. Representing nearly 13 million American workers. This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing, where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers, where there's no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job.
If I showed up to a gentleman's club trying to dance on the stage, they might say, hey, sir, this is a woman's job. you need to go over there. This ain't the place for that.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
This music choice, what's up with these tunes? Like, who's the DJ here?
Please welcome Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
Oh boy, Karen Bass, here we go. Gangland.
As I am. I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are.
Like in the womb?
Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
And again, that is Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. I feel like there's a lot more pressing issues in Los Angeles aside from this gender stuff. You know what I mean? Man, woman, like y'all, you got shootings and deletions and what they call jugging, the robberies where people get followed from upscale restaurants and shopping places.
How y'all doing?
Who's this? The singer?
The lines on the interstate,
Mickey Guyton.
the dust on the back road. We're a Friday night football game.
I'm gonna turn it off because it's music and they're gonna try to give me a copyright. But yeah, how you guys feeling the DNC so far? You liking it? You're not liking it? Again, if you're just now coming in, the reason why I am streaming this is because Biden's going to speak at some point. Now, if you ask me when he's going to speak, I don't know. But he will speak at some point tonight. It's going to be the farewell speech. Like, hey, you know, it's time to go, all this and that. And okay, again, we got the music right here. That's why I'm not having that on. But I don't know when he's going to speak. And I don't know if it's going to be live, if they're going to bring him out there in the wheelchair like they had Jesse Jackson. Is he going to be, you know what? I'm willing to bet that it'll be pre-recorded. They're saying that Joe will be here with Jill, and then they're going to leave right afterward. They're not going to stay for Thursday when Kamala speaks to give her acceptance speech. But Biden is supposed to speak tonight. I'm betting that it's going to be something pre-recorded, or they're not going to be like right there on the stage. It'll be some backstage type of thing to make you think that he might be in the building, although he's not. Now, I have a poll up here that you guys have voted on. We have 2,600 plus votes. We're almost at 2,700 votes. And the question was, who will have the better DNC speech? Speaking about Joe Biden, because this guy's 1 million years old, one of the first men to ever draw a breath. And Kamala, who was just incompetent, but not as old as Joe. Okay, not a spring chicken, but not an octogenarian. So I'll end the poll because it's been pretty much the same. And the results are Joe Biden with 79% of the vote. You guys say he'll have the better DNC speech than Kamala Harris at 20%, right around 20%. So you can almost say 80-20. Biden is preferred to have the better speech over Kamala. That's terrible because y'all know Biden, he got about, if you got a life bar that's about if your life bar is the length of a football field, he has about a couple of rows left. I mean, one more little slip up, one more, if he gets the cold again or something like that, man, it might be curtains. It might be curtains for real because he doesn't really have much time left. The clock is tick, 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 tick. It's ticking down. And they know it. That's why they had to go ahead and pull him out at the 0 hour. Like, look, man, you about to be on borrowed time right now. You're on borrowed time. You pretty much just floating, okay? And then you might mess around and kick the bucket right after the election, right before the election. Imagine if he was to go ahead and just transition on November the 1st. That'd send the country in chaos. But they should have been prepared for this before today, you see? And again, that was a singer, I forget her name already, Guyton something. Here we go with the inverted tuxedo jacket. That's like a 3X size.
As we look ahead to our collective future, it's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last 4 years. The Biden-Harris administration laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are investing in the long-term future for our nation.
Okay, go.
Okay, what are we doing? Who is this? Okay, who are you, sir?
I'm Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis.
Okay.
I'm the proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair. President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again. He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden and Vice President Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in less than 2 weeks. We repaired the Fern Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time. Right now, we're repairing roads and bridges across Pennsylvania, including in Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern. When I think about the future, I think about my daughter Harper and all of America's children. Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean air, clean water, safe roads and bridges, not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
In Wisconsin, we also need leaders by our side.
Okay.
I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. But long before I took office, I was a registered nurse. I served in the Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why I ran for office and flipped a red district blue. Because once a nurse, always a nurse. Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her doctor, and threatening to slash Medicare. Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs like Eliquis and Jardiance for Americans on Medicare. Kamala will continue to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone. Of course, healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices and the freedom to get the care you need without worrying about the cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County. Harris County includes Houston. Texas Governor Ann Richards said, "I've been tested by fire, and the fire lost." In the years I've been in office, we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. the very week she launched her campaign. She was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back.
Oh my goodness.
I'm California's Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, but I hold another title just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend. I met her when we were both young women trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney.
So who was Willie Brown's sugar baby first? You or her? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, but I digress.
She was also a great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and said, Eleni, never let anybody make you feel small. I saw her put that creed into action. When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed. But because Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home, she knew that wasn't enough for all the working families who got screwed over. So she put her foot...
Oh my goodness. Okay. Eleni, I think I had enough of you and your voice. These voices, man, it's just grinding on my ears. I'm like grinding. Like if it was a power tool or some kind of heavy machinery that ran for an entire day and never stopped. Morning, noon, night. You get up in the morning, you go to bed at night, all in your ear. That's how it sounds to me right now. I wish she would take this Sheen blue royal sport coat and just get off the stage. Really, for real, all I want to do is hear Joe get up there and ramble. I cannot get over them having that man with ALS up there talking about some, and then she translating it. For real? Really? I mean, please stop. That was crazy. I feel like that was a whole setup to make it look like we're trying to laugh at disabled people. But come on, man. Like that, you can't make that up, man. That was an SNL skit. Oh my, I've never seen anything like that before in my life. So yeah, Eleni, I'm about tired of hearing you. Let's get to the next person, but I'll let you finish.
For Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything.
It's like it's a deep voice, but also light at the same time. Like she might smoke Newports for, not for a living, but she might smoke Newports enough to get a little bit of a raspy voice. She's not quite she's not quite Waffle House waitress yet, but she's approaching that level.
About Project 2025.
Oh, here we go with the propaganda.
Is Trump's vision for America's future.
I'm not gonna be nice.
It will ban abortion nationwide.
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Raise taxes on middle-class families. Gut Medicaid.
That's money that funds a lot of medical treatment.
Strip rights from LGBTQ+ people.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Cut overtime pay.
It is going to affect workers' bottom lines.
Give him unchecked power.
And I will wield that power very aggressively.
And it begins his first day back in office.
In an exclusive undercover video, a co-author of Project 2025 saying that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's type.
These are the stakes.
Project 2025 wants to take our country backward.
This is our fight.
We are not going back.
Now, Trump came out and said that he saw some of Project 2025 and he liked some things and did not like other things, but it's not his thing. It's what's the name? The Heritage Foundation. That's their thing. It's not from Trump or the campaign. Now, is that the book right there, Project 2025? What are we going to learn?
I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is Project 2025. Now, over the
Train SEALs. Project 2025. Boo. What's that? I don't know, but boo.
this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
Heritage Foundation just writing the wish list. All of a sudden it becomes Republican paying for Trump's 2025 presidency.
All the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator.
Oh, okay. So he didn't do that in the first term, but he's going to do it again. He's going to do it now for the first time.
Right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
Wouldn't the guy that was stealing the bags from the airport and wearing women's clothing, wouldn't he fit up under that category of people that could get fired? So sometimes, yeah, maybe you should get fired because sometimes you're not doing your job properly. Just like when they almost let him get deleted out there in Pennsylvania. All right, somebody should get fired as a result of that, shouldn't they?
Okay. Page.
Or how about corruption, corrupt prosecutors?
Quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents.
I know she didn't just say that. I know she didn't just say that. What's happening right now with Trump, with all the lawfare, the whole thing in New York and then Georgia and then the federales impeaching them not once but twice. Oh, ABL, the New York and Georgia, that's local. Okay, how about the 2 impeachments that were over nothing? How about the FBI spying on them, the FISA warrants, Peter Strzok, all that kind of good stuff? Please stop playing games. Please stop playing games.
An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law.
How is that possible when he already got convicted That don't make any sense.
Who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
If he could wield the power to not be prosecuted, then why is he being prosecuted right now? He would have done that already. Why would he do that after he already got prosecuted? It don't make no sense, does it?
We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone.
Wow.
Not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025.
How are we gonna do that?
How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November.
Y'all tried locking them up, y'all tried deleting them, So let's just go vote. How about that?
We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
When she was reading those things, the crowd was talking a lot, which means they weren't really interested in what she was saying. They weren't really keyed into what the words were. Don't nobody really care. People don't really care about the details. All they care about is the name. I'm scared. It says Project 2025. It's Trump. I'm scared. Orange man bad. The details they're not interested in.
Hello, Democrats. California delegates, make some.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's keep on going here. We don't got all time for this.
Build your unique 4-year college plan that lasts.
And the ad is crazy. Come on, C-SPAN. We don't have time for the nonsense, man. And this is LaFonza Butler, by the way.
Leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for.
LaFonza Butler is a California senator, if I'm not mistaken. She took over for Kamala when she became vice president, or when she became the attorney general. I forgot. Or maybe when was it Dianne Feinstein that died? I forgot. She's a senator or a House rep.
Was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Miss Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president.
California senator took over in 2023 after Dianne Feinstein died at 1,000 years old.
Put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, "Kamala Harris for the people." For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hardworking laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City is unthinkable. Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, America.
Look, Roe v. Wade, all that does, just to kind of get in here because she's wearing me out. Roe v. Wade is good for those who are champions of abortion. Removing it is. Let me explain. Because Roe v. Wade left it up to the federal government to decide what to do with abortion. Now, nothing that been done for a while. It didn't really touch the issue. Just kind of just let it be. But if the federal government is going to have to say so in abortion and not the states, then you could have a very far right administration that comes in and says, okay, we're going to ban it outright from this level. And then the Democrats might want to try to pack the cord and do all kind of weird stuff and go back the other way. Now, Roe v. Wade being repealed, the issue of abortion goes to the states. So if you're living in a place and you want to delete babies up until the point of birth, like California or something like this, then that's up to the constituents of that state to decide. Okay? And that's the way it should be. It should be a state issue, not a federal issue.
Today from Arizona. That's right. That's where I was born and raised by a single mom. I was a free lunch kid, raised in public housing, and I got my health care at Planned Parenthood. Because of policies that lift people up, I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any...
But why do we have all these speakers? Who are all these people? This is just unnecessary. Really, they speaker for about 5-10 minutes. It's just like, who are these? Her name is Deja Fox. Deja Fox. That's a funny name. Like, what kind of... I ain't gonna say nothing because we got little kids watching.
Harris.
I ain't gonna say a word, but I already know what time it is. Deja Fox, young. All right, okay.
It's Jason Isbell. Thank you.
What do you do on your free time online? All right, got music. Let's not do that. All right, so I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in there for you guys. I'll stream this one tonight because they got Joe Biden at a certain point going out there to speak, and then I'll stream it again on Thursday because they got Kamala speaking to give her acceptance speech, and I think I might be able to play some of it on Wednesday during the regular ABL live show because that's going to be Tim Waltz giving his little talk. So if he's able to come up during the show, I'll show his part specifically, but not the entire part. So again, if you are just now coming in recently, welcome. We're watching the Democratic National Convention. I'd rather would watch paint dry. I'd rather would count the molecules of air in the atmosphere. I'd rather would watch water boil on the lowest setting on my stove. That's what I'd rather do. But I'm here to catch Joe Biden give his farewell speech. And again, on Wednesday, I think they're going to have Tim Waltz give his speech for the acceptance of the VP pick. And Thursday, they're going to have Kamala. It might be Waltz and Kamala on Thursday, but I know for sure Kamala's on Thursday, giving their acceptance speech. And it's crazy because we all know that she wasn't elected. She wasn't selected by the people in the primary. It was Joe Biden. People talking about she was on the ticket. We didn't select her. We didn't vote for her. You don't vote for the vice president. You vote for the president. Trump got selected in the primary, and he did not reveal his VP pick until the convention after all the primaries were over. You're not voting for the VP. You're voting for the president. So they decided to go ahead and just say, yo, forget it. Don't even worry about it. We're not even going to run her. We're going to run him. So he'll get the votes. And then when all the primaries are over, he's going to drop out, and then Kamala will take over. And the people who are dumb are going to accept it because they don't understand the way that this country works. And I'm not even going to say dumb. I'm going to say uninformed, which is by design, because the Democratic Party want to keep you uninformed, keep you uneducated, so you don't know what's happening with your own country. I was on a live stream recently. Shout out to my man, Anton Daniels, smart guy. People on that stream, not Anton and not me, people on that stream didn't even know what a primary was. Grown people, full grown people, kids, grandkids, all that. What's a primary? I don't know what that is. What's that? I was speaking about the primary election. I'm getting blank stares. What's that? So they count on you not knowing anything. So they do stuff like this and nobody says anything, or will say something, but it's kind of falling upon deaf ears because people don't even really understand. Are they going to say, I'll say, hey, you know what? They didn't select you. You guys didn't select Joe Biden. You guys selected. You guys didn't select Kamala. You selected Joe Biden. They'll say, well, Project 2025 or Orange Man bad. That's where we at nowadays. That's where we are. That's right, Jennifer. Jennifer says exactly, ABL. Low information is encouraged, easier to control. 100% correct. 100% correct. And thank you guys for the super chats. I really appreciate y'all. I'm going to read those after Biden speaks.
Raised by a working mother, I had a summer job at McDonald's.
Donald Trump worked hard to spend his daddy's fortune. She believes in working hard for the American people.
When the middle class is strong, America is strong.
Donald Trump believes in working hard for his billionaire friends.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Please welcome former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
Good evening. Hello, Democrats. Hello, Chicago. It's a great honor for me to be here this evening. You know, long before I was the governor of Rhode Island, I was a little girl growing up there in a middle-class family. My dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence. And that job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. You know, years later, my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed out, and people were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job. And you know, Republican economic policy failed Rhode Island. How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. It was a mess. But we got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a pro-business, pro-worker agenda. Kamala Harris has that same agenda. She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs with dignity and pride.
Oh, man, like these people, I don't understand. I think maybe I'm being tortured. I think maybe they know that you got some guys like me who are streaming and they say, you know what? Let's go ahead and just put these people up there, make them sit through it, make them just have to suffer. I feel like I'm suffering. I feel like I'm being tortured. I wish they would just bring this man out there, just shovel him out there, let him mumble for a few seconds. Speaking, man, listen, that ALS segment was nuts. That segment was out of control. Completely out of control. This guy was mumbling into the microphone and she's calling herself translating it. It's like, ma'am, please stop. You're not translating a thing. You are, I don't know what you're doing. But what you're not doing is translating, because that's not what that is. That's just a ridiculous display. That's a ridiculous display. That's what that is. So yeah, shout out to this lady. I wish she would stop talking and then we can move on to the next person. That'd be just fantastic. But if you like what you're hearing so far, you know what to do. Well, I'll say this: if you like my channel, give a video a thumbs up. But you may not like what you've been hearing from people like the lady right here on the screen, because she's grinding my gears the same as everybody else. But yeah, Biden, I don't know when he's going to speak. We've been here. If you're just now coming in, I started streaming right around 7 o'clock. We've been there about 2 hours. And throughout the entire 2 hours, there's been speech after speech after speech after speech of the same thing being said. Why? I don't understand. Yeah, these kind of things, it's just way too much. Let's just get straight to the meat and potatoes and keep it rocking and rolling. That'd be how I go about it. Maybe y'all might think different, but I think that's the way that we should go. Okay. And let's just hear from her a little bit.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they don't work because they never have. He wants another huge tax cut for the wealthy. He wants to put his corrupt buddies in charge of the economy.
And the whole thing about tax cuts, people don't understand. This goes back to people not really being educated, and that being by design, because if people aren't educated, if they don't know anything, then you could just say stuff like, oh, well, the rich get a tax cut and you don't. And they don't even understand what you're talking about. They just say, oh, that's not fair. If the rich guy's getting a tax cut, why can't I get a tax cut? Well, how much money do you actually pay in taxes? People talking about certain people not paying federal income tax, or they pay a low amount of federal income tax, but they don't talk about all the other taxes that people pay. A guy like Elon Musk, they could say something like he didn't pay taxes, which is fake. He may not pay certain taxes that you might pay, but he's paying a bunch of other taxes. This is why people that have a lot of money, corporations or whatnot, they get tax breaks, because they're overpaying on a lot of other taxes that you would never see as a regular person. It was funny when they had the whole thing with Rachel Maddow talking about, oh, we're going to release Trump's tax returns. And then when they release it, it's a W-2. What you gonna find on a W-2? Not a thing. When you're talking about a guy like Trump, his personal W-2 won't tell you a thing because his business is where the issues are. Check it. Okay, let's see what you got to say right here.
And I will not be voting for Trump in 2024.
My name is Norma. I'm from Carson, Washington, and I am a two-time Trump voter. I will not be voting for Trump this time around.
I'm actually embarrassed to say that I did vote for Trump in 2016.
Donald Trump has nothing but contempt for the American people. And ironically, for those who claim to be his base. He's only interested in fitting himself personally.
Everything he said he would do, he did not do. I do not trust that he can do the right thing anymore.
We've seen what Donald Trump really is, and it disgusts me to my core.
I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women.
Voting against Trump and for Kamala Harris is the right thing to do.
You buying that? You buying the former MAGAs? Hey, let's vote Kamala. I voted for Trump twice. I'm a stone cold conservative, but I'm going to vote for the open borders, illegal aliens, do whatever you want to do, smoke crack for a living. It's totally fine. Be for real. Stop playing games.
Hello, Democrats.
We ain't just see her just now. It's the
Are
same lady in a different outfit. Who is this? Is this
Harris?
Oh, Kathy Hochul. Oh my goodness. The governor of New York.
Yes, you are.
Miss Sanctuary State herself.
Friends.
Miss, I put National Guard in the subway and they still didn't stop the crime.
My grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers with nothing but hope in their hearts and fire in their bellies. They built their lives in the promised land of Buffalo, New York.
Yay, Buffalo.
A union card meant good work at the steel plant. The steel plant that lifted my parents from living in a trailer to the middle class. Like other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned. Grit, determination, compassion. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values. And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud, a philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know.
It's funny how Democrats always try to point this whole felon thing out about Trump, but then when it comes to like a regular person, especially a black person, they want to say, oh, we shouldn't talk about their past. You know, you see how that works?
But himself. Trust me, America. If you think you're tired of Donald Trump, talk to a New Yorker. We've had to deal with him for 78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers. He abuses women, brags about it, and then takes away their rights. And New Yorkers are sick of it. It's no wonder he had to flee to Mar-a-Lago. Sorry about that, Florida. Sorry about that. Trump hasn't spent much time in New York lately, except that is to get convicted of 34 felonies. And that's just fine with us, because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward, and Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor.
How many jobs?
It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs.
That's great. Fantastic. Let's go bring Trump back and get even more than that all over the country.
Investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends, history's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
All righty, so that's Kathy Hochul. It's like, Kathy, you got some really serious issues you got to deal with back in New York, all the migrants. All right, let's not have the music because they will get me. That's that Beyonce. I can hear her voice. All right, it's just another propaganda piece, right quick. That's all that is. But yeah, this whole thing is really cringe, beyond cringe. So again, we're waiting for Biden. I don't think that they're going to have Biden come out super late because, you know, this guy's bedtime is like 5 p.m. Eastern time. He's going to be asleep. So maybe they got to wake him up, get him out of the bed and let him, you know, go handle his business. I don't know, but they got to do something. They got to do something. So we're going to see. Yeah, I don't want to play the Beyonce song and get the strike or the claim or whatever it is. So we're just waiting on Creepy Sleepy to come on out and do what he's got to do. So, and shout out to you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm seeing the super chats. I will read everything after Biden comes out and mumbles for a few moments. That's what I'm going to do. Man, I cannot get over that ALS commercial. That was out of this world. It wasn't a commercial. It was just like a little segment. They had my man mumbling. I was like, what in the world are we doing here? What is really going on? That was a crazy mess. All right, but we got this thing here, this little ad for Kamala.
Are you ready to make your voices heard?
All right, still got that going on. Man, this is rough. Shout out to all the media professionals who have to watch this for a living all day, every day. I really feel for you guys because, yeah, I'm worn out already. I'm worn out that quick. Yeah, I'm ready to go take a nap right now. Give me a pillow. I'll be knocked out till the morning. I'll be asleep. I'm ready to go to sleep. I'm not even tired, but I'm just worn out mentally. Give me a pillow. It's going to be night. How long is the song? Did they loop it? Good grief. Let's go ahead and get to the crescendo, shall we? All right. So, and if you guys are just now coming in, Biden is supposed to speak tonight. to give his farewell speech. Then they're going to have Kamala speak on Thursday to be the closer. They looped it. Okay. Y'all really trying to get a copyright claim. Oh, there go Kamala right there. The man, my man was elated. He was super surprised. Is that Tim Walsh right there? Hey, Kamala's here. He was super excited. Okay, let's just turn that down until she starts because they will give me a thing. So there's her husband, Doug Emhoff, and the vice president pick for her, Tim Walz.
Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible president, Joe Biden. Who
is he coming?
Speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
So that's not her actual speech. That's just her coming out to talk. She said that Biden's coming out later on tonight. How late are we talking? It's already 9 p.m. It's 8 p.m. Eastern, Central, where they at in Chicago. So I don't know. So she says that he's going to come out and speak later tonight, or that he will speak. I'm not sure she said come out, because he might speak from somewhere else. It may not necessarily be right there. All right, it may not necessarily be right there, so we'll see how that whole thing goes.
Tony Goldwyn.
Hello, Chicago, and hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act? I'm just saying. Now, as our vice president just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class.
This guy is Tony Goldwyn. He's an actor. He's on the show called Scandal with Kerry Washington. I've never in my life ever seen that show, but I've seen them on social media, like clips and stuff like this, talking about, oh, they're a great couple. I don't watch stuff like that. I don't really watch TV at all. So I don't know anything about the show. All I know is that that's where he's from. Okay, that's all I got for you on that one.
It inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her.
You know, for the white man to be so for the white man to be so evil and dangerous to the Democratic Party, they sure love them interracial relationship, because obviously Kerry Washington is black, so that's a black and white power couple on TV. Then you got Doug Emhoff and Kamala, whatever race she is. Then you have who else? You got Don Lemon and his husband. You got Jonathan Capehart and his husband. You got Karine Jean-Pierre and her ex-wife, Suzanne Malveaux, who's white, from CNN. It's a lot of that going on, but yet they'll say white man's dangerous, white man's bad, all this, that, and the third. That's how they kind of go about it, right? But let's keep on going.
Not mean-spirited. A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens? We win, and we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun, so let's get started.
All right, Tony Goldwyn, you know, we got to hear his words of wisdom. Like these people, man, I swear, like, what is, but I think a lot of the left, they love stuff like, they eat it up. They eat it up like straight potato chips.
And coach of the 2024 Olympic.
Oh, Steve Kerr. Oh my goodness, not Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay?
So if you guys don't know, Steve Kerr is a former NBA basketball player who played with the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan.
Back in those days, and I feel that same.
He's not a coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry, all that good stuff.
So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold.
And you almost lost to South Sudan in the beginning, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
Tonight, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts, It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season, all right? But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
So cringe.
Let me tell you folks in Ohio and in this area, don't sell your house. Do not sell it. We're going to get those jobs coming back, and we're going to fill up those factories, so it's going to happen.
But Trump lied and abandoned Lordstown.
This is about a community.
It's going to be a big change to go somewhere else.
The GM factory in Lordstown did close, putting thousands of people out of work. Because Donald Trump doesn't care about our communities.
All those jobs went away, and he did nothing. He did not do one thing for those workers there. He didn't come and make promises. He came and made false promises.
Kind of lost hope in everything. I don't really want to leave.
But then something changed. Instead of lies and broken promises, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got to work and brought U.S. manufacturing jobs back, including to Lordstown. Kamala will continue.
I mean, they already didn't say that a lot of jobs came back as a result of COVID-19 coming to an end. They literally already said that. So what are we even saying right here? This sucks. This is really bad. Just go ahead and wheel Joe Biden out there. But I guess they're trying to make us wait. That's probably what it is. Trying to make us wait and watch this whole thing when we don't want to watch it, to roll that man out there and talk for 5 seconds.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves.
Did I not see Sean Fain at the RNC, or am I tripping? Did I not see him somewhere else talking to Republicans?
Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
Trump is a scab. That's his shirt. Trump is a scab. Vote for Harris. All righty.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people.
They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed.
I don't like seeing guys make these big speeches with t-shirts on. Put a suit on.
The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Shout out to you guys for hanging in there with me. I know it's rough. But I'm right here with you. If you're suffering, I'm suffering too. Oh, we got AOC.
Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
Cringe.
The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me...
That'd be great.
I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
All right, that is AOC, and mark my words, they will run her for president coming up very soon. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They're already getting her ready for it. Idiocracy in full swing. I tell you what, idiocracy in full swing.
How about that AOC? Good Lord. So Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah, in a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
Okay, we got a little propaganda piece. Are we going to India?
The
we going to
neighborhood
Jamaica?
we grew up in was a very hardworking middle class, tight-knit community.
Which neighborhood? You guys all over the
Going
place.
to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard. Mommy got us these bright blue matching bikes with banana seats, and we were surrounded by caring adults.
This neighborhood on Bancroft Way, we've spent so much time here. Behind me is where it all began. Her mom, Shamala, rented the apartment that was above the Shelton's nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls.
Shamala was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but she loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
When Kamala was all of 4 years old, her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, got into something with another kid on the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person.
Are we going to hear that freedom story? Are we going to hear that story tonight or nah? Would that be saved for Thursday night?
And to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion. And I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda, was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us, and Mommy said, of course. That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole life.
Where was she at when she was messing with that married man? How about standing up for that married man's wife?
Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Locking up black men for ticky-tack charges in California, is that looking out for the small man or what?
Batiste and Doris Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom.
That's a nice car.
Kamala would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning.
someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Look at that guy's hat.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Oh my Lord. Here we go. Looking like Kim Jong-un as usual. Dressing like Kim Jong-un as usual. They thought she was going to run. She's out there shuffling around too. Look at this. Meemaw, full Meemaw stage. All right. The applause. They love this loser. They love this loser lady, man.
Thank you, my fellow Democrats. Thank you, my fellow Americans.
She got stomped by Obama in 2008 during the primaries, and she got stomped by Trump in 2016. They love this loser.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden.
For what? For being 1,000 years old and having to retire because he's about to be deceased?
He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
Are they saying thank you, Trump? Look at these guys. The pillar of masculinity right there in the green shirt.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday.
You're that old?
Think about it.
Your mom is like over 104?
Became the final state. To ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
How'd that work out?
Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That Is a person.
Hold on, I'll wait.
Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
How you gonna do that? That ain't the federal government's job.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
I remember all this felony talk.
As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
Just bring them out, roll them out there, talk for 5 minutes, and let's be done with it.
But we also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution, and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Okie dokie. Let's power through it, y'all. Hey, let's power through it.
My friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
All right, guess that was supposed to be a powerful speech from Hillary Clinton. It took every fiber of my being to not fall clean asleep, to just go night-night. Okay, that's what I wanted to do, was go take a nap right there. All right, we got music in the background. We don't need to have that. But yeah, I was ready to go night-night, ready to go to bed. I don't know about y'all, but I was pretty much done. I was pretty much done. And let's see what we got next.
That we all stand.
Back to the actor. Why is he the host?
So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Man, all these people, man. I don't see how anybody could just sit there and watch this, man. You really gotta enjoy this or be some type of actor to stomach all this nonsense.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges.
All right. I mean, good grief. Boy, oh boy. Hey, man, you guys lucky that I love y'all. Because if not for that, I would have just not done this. I would have not done this because my goodness. Please save my ears. Please save my ears from this. From this. This is what they show you in Get Out. When they put your eyes open like this, they put a little toothpicks and you got to just watch stuff. Yeah, they put that on. When you about to get tortured, yeah, they prop open your eyelids with toothpicks or some kind of machine, and then they make you watch this on the loop, on the repeat, and make you look at Jim Clyburn suits and hear him talk.
For one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
Everybody's not a good public speaker, and it's fine. Everybody can't do everything. You know, I can't get up on the backboard and dunk it 360 like LeBron James can, and that's fine. That's not really my thing. I'm going to let LeBron have that. I'm going to let LeBron and them guys do that with the basketball. Me, I'm going to be over here with the nerd stuff. That's where I'm good at. Jim Clyburn, you and your funeral director suit can just go back to South Carolina, have a sweet tea, and mind your business. And for real, go ahead and just shut all this stuff down at DNC, all of that. just go ahead and be done, man. I don't even understand the point. This is crazy. The Democratic Party. What's democratic about a guy getting nominated by the people in the primary, and then before the actual convention to formally name him, he says, nah, I'm good. I don't want to do it. So rather than having a election, a special election, you just put somebody in there who you think should be the guy or the girl. This is nuts. I'm going to turn him back on and see if he says anything that's worth listening to. But really, I'm tired of hearing this big Lego head dude talk, man. I want to just go ahead and get past him and get to the guy who we all came to see. Let him go out there and sputter around for a minute, and then we wrap it on up, put the bow on top.
Falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0.
Jim Crow 2.0. You talking about, was there anything there about racial segregation?
People, enlightened proposals, and visionary leadership.
I mean, people just say anything. Jim Crow 2.0, that's Project 2025, really? And again, it's not even Trump's plan. This is another group. I mean, I could say, here's Jim Clyburn's plan for the future, right? Here's Jim Clyburn's plan for the future. And then I'll go out on TV and say, this is what Jim Clyburn wants to do. But did anybody ask Jim Clyburn if that's his plan? I mean, maybe that might be the person to go to. Hey, Mr. Clyburn, is this your plan? Do you plan on making strip clubs free on Sundays? Like, what's going on? No, that's not your plan. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. But you know, the media doesn't do that. The media will pick a narrative and just run with it. That's how they operate. That's how they are. And it's really, quite frankly, getting on my nerves.
But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. This is the story of Donald Trump. His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies, he rips off workers, he sexually abuses women.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during...
Oh, what? Didn't Tim Walz cheat on his wife with the nanny and get her pregnant? At least Trump had the decency to not get this lady pregnant and pay her some money. So, hey, a fair exchange is no robbery. Ain't no sexual assault going on. But your man Tim Walz cheated on his wife and got the lady pregnant, the nanny, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, you got a whole nanny baby. I'm not trying to hear nothing from y'all. How dare y'all say something like that? That's crazy. Like, I think those kind of cancel out. You shouldn't even mention it. Yeah, I was with Stormy Daniels allegedly, but you got the nanny pregnant. Okay, and that was an employee, wasn't it? But I digress.
Attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy, even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump.
Oh, was it Kamala's husband? Hey, so that was Doug Emhoff. Thank you. Doug Emhoff got the nanny pregnant, not Tim Walz. My mistake.
And the rule of law that keeps America free.
Please welcome Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin.
So Doug Emhoff, Kamala's husband, got the nanny pregnant, and Kamala was a sugar baby in her 20s to 60-something-year-old Willie Brown when he was married. So I don't hear nothing about no family values and cheating and whatnot from them. I don't want to hear it at all. And here's Jamie Raskin. I think that's what it is. And I think I think Doug Emhoff is messing around with Joe's wife, in my opinion.
Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol.
Hey, Jamie, how's your hair plugs holding up? How's your hair plugs holding up, Jamie Raskin? We know that whole scarf kerfuffle was not cancer. It was you hiding your hair plugs. So how's your hair plugs holding up, sir?
Where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists. And where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th.
Oh, boy.
Or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked. 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
And you, my friend, can't say no to Mother Nature, Mr. Hair Plugs. I'm not letting that go. I swear I'm not. You weaponize your cancer to hide your hair plug treatment.
Stormed the Capitol and injured our officers. Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election.
Hey, man, hope and change. That was the Obamas. Now we gonna make it happen for real. Hope and change. Things ain't the same no more. It's a new sheriff in town.
Why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection?
I'm seeing these riots all over the country with your guys behind it. Your guys on the left behind it. So
we're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it.
Attacking that Supreme Court is crazy, but whatever.
Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
All right, so is that his closing statement? That is Jamie Raskin, Mr. Hair Plugs himself. Oh, I got cancer. All right, whatever. You weaponize that to hide your hair plugs. These people are absolutely nuts. Is this Jasmine Crockett? I think it is. I see that wig from a mile away. I see that wig from a mile. That's a dead giveaway.
On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
So, okay, we're slut shaming. We are discriminating based on your criminal record. These are the things that they say you shouldn't be doing, but it's fine when it's used against the other side. Okay, I got it.
For one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all...
Yo, you know what? This is a BAP right here, a Black American Princess. If you ever seen that movie, this her right here. Look at what she has on, like a clown. You got these crazy eyelashes, this big jewelry. Your brooch is like, you got a cell phone right here. Okay, you got a cell phone right there. That's what you got. Look at your jank, and then you got these crazy earrings. You look a mess, man. This ain't the place for that. I saw my man with the t-shirt. Then you got her with all kind of. She looking like this right here. Hold on. That's how she looking. All right, and you got the eyelashes is the same thing. All right. You look a mess.
And MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home. Critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, Looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little.
It's a bunch of fluff. There's nothing really said. You're talking about he's a felon and porn stars, but what about the economy? What about the crime? What about the border? What about things that actually matter? How about housing? Do we have enough housing? Do we have affordable housing? Do we have food? Do we have clothing? Do we have innovation here in America? Do we have jobs coming back to America? Okay, that's the important things. We're talking about all kind of fluff that doesn't really mean anything. It might rouse some of these airheads in the crowd up, the delegates up, who are going to be foot soldiers regardless of what. But for the American people, where's the substance in your speech?
Attorney General in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that.
Who was a genius that put AOC before her? I don't understand. I guess, black women come first. I don't know what's going on.
Resume is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
Oh boy. Did you shout freedom as you fell to the ground when you were 5 years old? What happened?
And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, you are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I. I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
What have you accomplished, Ms. Crockett? What have you done in office?
The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision
Are we doing tongue twisters? Is that part of the speech? Vindictive,
for a
vile
better
villain.
America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
All right, so that was Jasmine Crockett from Texas. Was she a House rep from Texas? Yeah. She's been going viral quite a bit, cussing, all kind of stuff. Just, ugh.
This is one of our Willow boxes. This is the outfit that she was gonna maybe wear home from the hospital. There's her little... the blanket that she was in.
It's okay. For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it. And I'm proud to have done it.
Yes.
I was punished for 3 days having to wait for either my baby to die or me to die, or both. I was stuck in this horrific hell of both wanting to hear her heartbeat.
Man, look, at the end of the day, you got it done. So whatever happened, you straight. You ain't died, man. Did you die? No, you didn't. So whatever, man. Next story.
Because doctors were forced to follow Trump's abortion ban.
Kamala will protect a woman's right to choose.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body.
Hey, you wanna make sure that abortion is available wherever you live? Just go out there and vote for it, because it's going to be a state issue, not a federal issue.
Passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms. As President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
We have to fight for Kamala Harris, our rights, our freedoms, and frankly, our lives. Everything is on the line.
When you're expecting a baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Sir, men can have babies as well. So it's not just a man's fight, it's your fight too. According to y'all.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks.
for the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would—
An abortion ban, is abortion banned anywhere in the country, or are there restrictions?
A national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen.
What birth control are you restricting? Abortion pills that delete your baby? Is that called birth control? I'm not quite sure.
As if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone.
Oh, okay, hold on 1 second. Let's go back, because they said I was inactive for a while.
Build momentum for your study.
Sorry for that. We got a little ad from C-SPAN, then we're going to get right back into the action.
Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans.
Now, didn't Trump say that he supports abortion in instances of rape, incest, life of the mother? Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that he's not a absolutist, a total ban? Didn't he say that? Maybe I'm hearing the wrong thing.
Parents, child. There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
Oh my Lord! Just get to the big guy. Now, Andy Beshear is a Democratic governor of Kentucky. Expect a J.D. Vance attack from him, because Kentucky is right there next to Ohio, especially where J.D. Vance is from, which is Cincinnati. That's the Cincinnati, Kentucky metro area.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country.
That's not in the Constitution. Where does it say in the Constitution you can delete your baby?
He can ever be president ever again.
Where's abortion in the Constitution? Anybody want to tell me?
In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
But you were the incumbent already. You were already the governor before that. You're not a newcomer.
We're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom.
Sorry, Andy Beshear, before 2019, he was the Attorney General of Kentucky, and then he became the governor in 2019.
J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
All right, so that was Andy Beshear, Democratic governor of Kentucky. He has been there since 2019. He won again in 2023.
Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Oh boy, not the pastor. Not the pastor.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America.
Warnock, you're a preacher. Get to preaching and get the crowd moving because I'm kind of falling asleep right now. Give me a pillow. It's night-night. It's night-night. Good night.
And for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him.
Yawn.
The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power. all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th.
Yo, man, bring the man out, man, and let's wrap it up. And let's just go toward Tuesday.
A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
Hey, word not, thou shalt not kill, but you for abortion. How'd that work?
It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God.
Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not kill. Hey, didn't you beat your wife on camera? Didn't that happen, or am I tripping? Oh, did you like run over her foot or something? Was it some kind of domestic dispute? Oh, okay, cool. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening.
I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back.
There we go with that word again, that phrase.
We're not going back because
They didn't really pick up.
we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space.
My man, if I go to your church, I for sure, look, if I was a little boy going to your church, I would most certainly be in there getting the best sleep of my life. My grandma be in there, bust beside the head. Wake up, boy. I be in there snoring, snoozing in your church. If this is how you put on, I be in there sleep like a rock in your church, right in the front, looking dead in your face.
Access to health care, we are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it means.
If she's sick,
that's not.
they get sick also. Her health care is good for my health.
No.
I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Oh, man. The things I do for y'all, I promise, the things I do for you guys. But I appreciate y'all for joining me. You guys are fantastic. We still got a little while before the big guy comes out. 10 for the big guy. Who is this? Sorry for the loud noise. Pardon me.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America.
Oh, this is Chris Coons.
Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty."
So somebody said there's 5 speakers after Warnock. Is that true? Y'all let me know. Give me some confirmation on that. Give me some intel on how many speakers are left. Because I am so struggling. I know you guys are struggling as well. But thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate y'all on a Monday night.
Our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
All right, Umar Johnson, I heard you the first time. Good grief.
Was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love
All right.
Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe.
Are you not done?
We
Wrap it on up, sir.
Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Okay, let's get on up out of here.
Hi, I'm Vivian Weirwell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Christian McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation and the ones to come. I look up to you. Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
All right, here comes the caretaker. Here comes
Please welcome First Lady of the United States.
Here comes Doug Emhoff's side chick, Jill Biden. All right, music. Don't get me messed up here. So now they got signs that say Jill. Is she running? What's going on?
Thank you. Thank you.
What's going on, Jill?
Thank you so much.
Why are you and Doug Emhoff kissing back in 2023 during the State of the Union address?
Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
Oh, is that right? Is that right? What's up with this then?
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
I bet.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was her little talk.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Oh, the diary.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C., tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe
Very interesting.
Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
What does that mean? I don't know, man. Get her off the stage.
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
Ashley, can we get down to the brass tacks? Can we discuss the diary? Like, let's talk about that. Oh, he's my best friend. Was he your best friend when you were in the shower with him? Was like, can we get down to that? Like, what's really going on?
Harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
All right, here we go. Let her go, sir. Get to the stage. Oh, you crying? All right, we got music. They wear me out with the music. So this is the farewell speech, and we got more signs. We heart Joe. Very organic. All right. So you got Kamala in the crowd. We heart Joe. Looking around like Hillary Clinton back. What was that? In 08? But you doing that whole number right there. Now, so we are at 11:27 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We started at 7 p.m. Well, I started at 7 p.m. I don't know when they started.
Thank you.
Okay, the music, I'm just trying to keep it down so the music don't interfere, but you got full volume when he comes on. So how long will he speak? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? How long will he speak? Will he be up there doing the whole speech at this time of the night? Has he had his little nap? Has he had a nap yet before going on stage to speak? They're giving the prolonged introduction. They go Gavin Newsom. They're giving the prolonged round of applause, dramatic, over the top, to make it look like this man is so loved by everybody.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, just go ahead and sit down, man. Like, for real, let's wrap it on up.
Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you.
They're chanting, "Thank you, Joe," if you can't tell. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for what? I don't know, but it's saying thank you, Joe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you.
Is that right? I can't tell. Hey, Joe, I'm not feeling the love, Joe. I don't feel the love.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
I am, so I'm going to vote Trump.
Ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
No, let's go Trump.
The United States. My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol that 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy, Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved.
Why does it look so angry, evil? Democracy must be preserved. Angry face.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville.
Whatever.
In August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging.
Excuse me?
Necks,
huh?
Carrying Nazi swastikas and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s.
Anti-Semitism.
White supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
Here we go.
My God.
There go that lie again. There it goes.
That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class.
You're not doing a very good job at that, sir.
I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. And because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money.
Oh, is that right? How
so?
So?
We just passed saves. It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
Okay, so what are we building? I thought we had Keystone XL during
now,
Trump.
Because of what Kamala and I have done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
So what have we built so
We're
far?
modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing affordable high-speed internet. for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
What is he saying? I don't really...
It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind.
What's that going to do for anybody? Nothing.
Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBW installing 500,000 charging stations.
They ain't going to do that.
Across America.
Hey, they said they're going to have 500,000 in 10 years. They only built 4 so far, between 4 to 8.
Process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Sure, whatever you say.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education.
Yes, good idea.
During the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion for HBCUs. Minority service education.
Trump did that. Don't take credit for Trump's thing.
Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
So open borders means less crime? Okay. Whatever you say, big guy.
And folks, distinguished senator from the senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence.
Hunter with the gun, with the pistol, and the crack smoke.
And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God.
So that's your boy with the
That's why
lethal
Kamala
weapon.
and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks.
Oh, yeah. Tell your boy that. Tell Hunter that.
It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true.
Oh, the press don't
Trump,
like you?
once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
Open border
And here's
Joe.
what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral
What now?
or political power.
Laughing at this guy.
No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court.
DEI hire.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America, that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
So when we say DEI hire, and he says, I hired them because they're black, let's just put two and two together.
President of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, we know.
It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that.
Loud and wrong, as usual.
Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down.
You bow down to whoever tell you to bow down in this country, Joe.
Office. Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do.
What are you going to be doing, Joe?
It's been the honor.
Hey, I heard that both sides comment.
To serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim, President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy.
Sounds good to me.
Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%.
Man, the lies. What taxes do they pay?
Increase their taxes, we proposed, to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even. It would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years.
They ain't gonna pay that. They're not gonna pay that. They're gonna just leave the U.S.
They'd still be very wealthy. Look.
Tax and spend.
Kamala and Tim are gonna make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare.
Hate that term.
Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will.
Is that how it works?
You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words.
Man, cut the nonsense.
And
Let's
that
just
he'll be
wrap
a
it up.
dictator on day one,
Really,
in his
cut the
own
nonsense.
words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, All of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Oh my goodness. All right. So there we have it. Yeah, he got a nice nap before the speech. he got a nice nap before the speech, and they let him they put a few things in him. He don't know where he's going though at the end of it, of course. You got to have Jill come on stage and direct him. Okay. Hey, do you know where you're going? Do you know where you are right now, Joe? So that was the speech. We've been streaming tonight since 7 p.m. Eastern. It is now 12:19 a.m. Listen, y'all know I won't be up. They got me up way past my bedtime, but I'm here. I'm here. So that was the speech from Joe. Just a bunch of lies. It's hard to listen to that much lies, to that many lies, to that much nonsense in one night. It's hard. It really is. A bunch of BS, a bunch of nonsense. I thought I might have been cutting in a little bit too much, but I really, really wanted to cut in at some times when he was saying certain things because it was really bad. It was really bad. And thank y'all. You guys are welcome. Everybody saying thank you, ABL. You guys are welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank all you guys for being here. I really, really appreciate y'all. I couldn't do any of this without y'all. You guys have changed my life, so thank y'all. All right. But here we have the family and whatnot coming on the stage. Yeah, I mean, the speech, it was okay as far as him, like, let me just pause what I'm saying. I'm not saying I like the speech. Don't get it twisted at all. The speech was terrible. It sucked. It was bad. Everything he said was bad. I disagree with a bunch of lies and everything. My man went back to Charlottesville and put that lie back out there. Really? The good people on both sides argument? When everybody knows, that's when I really wanted to interrupt and just stop it. The good people on both sides thing was Trump talking about the actual reason why people were there in Charlottesville to begin with, which was the statue of Robert E. Lee, if I'm not mistaken, or it might have been Thomas Jefferson, whatever the statue was on the campus of University of Virginia, which was the school of Thomas Jefferson. That was his actual thing. The issue was the statue. Should the statue stay or should the statue go? There were good people on both sides of the statue argument. Okay, he was not talking about the sides, meaning the Nazis and not Nazis. That's not how it was. The side was pro-statue, anti-statue. There was a conflict over the statue. So what he said was correct. But of course, Joe Biden is going to repeat the lie because these people, they would just lie and lie and lie, tell you half truths, tell you full lies. And it's okay because they can get away with it because ain't nobody really going to fact check them in full time except for us, the alternative media. We'll fact check them. Maybe a Fox or something like that, but it's really up to us. It's up to us. So, yeah. Hold on. James Lynch says, ABO, you did an excellent job listening and not nagging the whole time. You have some well-practiced tolerance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really was doing my best. I had a few moments where I kind of interrupted a little bit too much, but I think overall I was able to keep myself under control. So I'm glad you guys can appreciate that. But what we have right here is just a little exit of the first night of the DNC. Now, the DNC is 4 nights starting tonight. I'll be streaming my show Wednesday as normal, and I'm going to be streaming on Thursday because Kamala is going to give her speech. Tuesday, tomorrow, I don't know what's going on. I might stream tomorrow. It depends. We'll see. We'll see what's happening tomorrow. But of course, I'm going to do a recap video of this. We've been on for 5.5 hours now, so I'm going to try to condense this 5.5 hours into 10 minutes. Let's see how that goes. But that'll be coming out tomorrow for the recap video. All right. So shout out to you guys. But yeah, it was pretty painful. Definitely pretty painful. And of course, I will read super chats right now, so y'all don't go nowhere. But it was pretty painful. A lot of speeches that were just kind of droning on about the same thing, the same old nonsense, January 6th, all kind of stuff. Uh-oh, we got the big guy coming out. What's going on here?
Tonight's convention theme, for the people, hints at the inclusive, bridge-building messages and policies the Democratic Party will require to succeed not only in November, but long after that. No prayer better unites Jews, Christians, Muslims, and others of faith, along with Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and undecideds, than the threefold priestly Cohenite benediction presented in the Bible. It is divided into 3 in order to shower the following blessings of gratitude, hoda'ah, upon my fellow Delawarean, President Joe Biden. for more than 50 years of selfless, effective public service. Joy, simcha, in public discourse and policy encouraged by Governor Tim Walz. And light, or, combined with freedom, cherut, inspired by Vice President Kamala Harris's vision for America. Please respond in unity with a heartfelt Amen after each of these three ancient Hebrew benedictions. Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May God bless you and protect you. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichoneka. May God deal kindly and graciously with you. Yesadnai panav elecha v'yisem lecha shalom. May God turn toward you and grant you that most precious gift, the gifting of wholeness and the gift of peace. And let us say a heartfelt Amen.
Most gracious, kind, and loving God, we thank you for this tremendous gathering of people invested in our nation's progress. Lord, as we look upon our leadership, we see what you require of us. To do justice, like the Justice Vice President Harris has championed her entire career. To love mercy, like the mercy Governor Walz has modeled as a lifelong public servant and educator. And to walk humbly, like the humility President Biden has embodied with decades of outstanding servant leadership. Oh God, as we strive to work for the people, we pray you will unite our nation. Help us to choose hope over hostility, compassion over callousness, and liberty over tyranny. We recognize that we are living through paradoxical times, times that are precarious yet promising. But through God who gives us beauty for ashes, all things are possible. Lord, bless the work of our hands until the weak and meek become purposeful and powerful, and until the marginalized and disenfranchised become energized and mobilized. Inspire us to stand with our fellow Americans so this nation will be a light that shines for you. In the name of our loving and redeeming God, we pray. Amen.
Okie dokie. I think that'd be enough for me. I think that's going to be the end of that. So, super chats. I've not forgotten about you guys. Thank you. Hold on. Is it another? Oh, they got the lady coming out to do the gavel.
Of the Democratic National Convention has officially come to an end. What an incredible day. Thank you, President Biden, from the bottom of my heart. You have restored the soul of our nation. You have given us all.
Oh my Lord, man! End the show now.
End
it.
A motion to recess our convention until Tuesday, August 20th at 6 p.m. Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody.
All right, okay, I'm done with that. All right, I ain't gonna show that no more. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that off so it don't keep surprising all these people coming out. The random Jewish guy. All right, man. Like, go ahead with that. Like, speak it in English. I don't know. Speak American. I don't know. I don't speak Hebrew. None of that. All right. I don't care what religion you are or whatever. Just speak regular. I mean, ain't nobody got no time for that. Okay. Yeah, I heard that flavor. Yeah, these people can't read or talk at all. which is crazy when you're going to be out here to the convention like that. But okay, now we got super chats on deck. I got a lot of super chats. Thank you guys for supporting me. I really appreciate y'all. Let me just make sure I'm going back to the first one, and I'm not going to leave anybody out. And again, I thank y'all again for being here. You guys are the best audience anywhere on these interwebs. If you enjoyed my part of the show, at least, not necessarily what Creepy Sleepy was saying, please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. Okie dokie. So where did we start? Where are we starting? Okay, I think we are gonna be in the right place here. Yeah, let's make sure we in the right place. All right. Thank you to, and I got a lot of these. Hold on. All right, hold on. Okay, I think I'm good. So let's start from the jump. Thank you to Twisted Clown for the first one, who says, is it true that they're giving away abortions and vasectomies on demand? All they are missing is cannibalisms. Well, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't doubt it. Thank you to John Medeski says, ABL, you're a masochist for watching this. Hey, man, it is what it is. Thank you to High Tolerance, who says he was rolled out to be the hype man. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, I'm convinced that libs eat corn the long way. Shout out to G.I. Joe Trucker, who says, all baby boomers, aunties, and uncles. Thank you to Brent Armstrong, who says, I see they had their token white person speak, LMAO. Thank you to Papa Nye Shelley, who says, bet not one masculine black man during this entire convention. Disgraceful, in my humble opinion. I agree with you 1,000%. You know, they don't like us. They don't like actual men, regular men that don't have pronouns and things of this nature. And the reason why they don't like us is because we are not so easily malleable, and you can't just tell us anything and we just go with it. That's not really going to happen. Thank you to JMont124, who says, guaranteed they're going to play a pre-record Biden. He actually went out there and did okay as far as not falling apart on stage, but it was still bad. Like, I judge Biden based on his ability to go up there and not fall on the floor like he has been doing quite a bit. So if he doesn't fall on the ground and he speaks for more than 5 minutes, that's a success for him. Although it is a bad speech by any other metric. Think of the Twisted Clown, who says they are busing in illegals to fill those seats. Think of the Catholic Lance, who says everyone except Christians, they will continue their offerings to Moloch through abortion. Viva Cristo Rey. Think of the Twisted Clown, who says $5 says Sleepy Joe recorded his speech. Think of Teague Materi, who says this is one of the cat ladies JD was talking about. John Medeski says, pure blood here checking in. Shout out to you. Thank you to Corey, who says almost opposite now, close to locking up. Mask peeps? Yeah, exactly. Because I think this was in reference to something earlier talking about COVID-19 and whatnot. And now that we're past all that hysteria, if you wear a mask today, you might get locked up. You might get sent to the penitentiary to make big rocks to little rocks. But back then they made you do it, and if you didn't, then you might get locked up. It's like, well, what am I doing? You forced me to do it, now you forced me not to do it. Just make your mind up. Think of the G.I. Joe Trucker, who says, ABL, you should have sold those barf bags before watching this. Think it's a Hello Boy for Life 2002, who says, ABL, I was having a good day until I started your live. Shaking my dang head, it's torture to hear these tools. They get to VA, who says these military industrial complex shills don't care about any of us. They only care about the interests of their wealthy corporate war donors. Thank you to John Medeski, who says ABL getting us all triggered on a Monday. Rebel Without a Reason says when they are not going back, they mean the illegals. They are here to stay. I think you're correct about that. Thank you to Hollywood for Life 2002 says, I thought Steve Hawkins passed away. Hey, man, that moment. Oh, my goodness. Can I please play that moment one more time? I got to play that again before we continue. That moment was absolutely crazy. I've never in my life seen such a thing. Hold on. We got to play this. I got a bunch of clips already saved from my response video, from my recap video tomorrow. Watch. If you guys didn't see this, listen, okay. Now, I'm not trying to make fun of my man. My man right here has ALS, right? So he can't really move at all. Now, they brought him out on stage in the wheelchair, and there's a lady who I guess was translating for him. Now, listen here. Listen to me very well. How are you going to translate mumbles that are mumbled the exact same way to mean different things at about 4 to 5 times during this talk? My man said, the Power Rangers putties in the microphone. He said it the exact same way every time she put the microphone in front of his face, but then she translates it differently. I was crying. I was like, man, this is crazy. And you know what? As I'm watching it, I was trying to not laugh. I was trying not to laugh. Oh, I was trying, but I couldn't help it.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign.
Ain't no way she heard that from that. You telling me she heard that from that? Come on. Like, stop it. This was crazy. Oh, man. And it went on and on and on. Because he kept doing that and she kept translating. I was like, man, y'all doing too much. First, y'all willing Jesse Jackson out here. Jesse Jackson about 1,000 years old. He don't know where he's at. Y'all will him out there. He didn't even say nothing. He went out there and just waved at the crowd. Then you brought him out here. I'm like, man, y'all are doing entirely too much. Oh my goodness. That was, I've never seen that before in my life. My. That was crazy. You ain't translate nothing. My man was mumbling, and the thing is, I'm about to let it go in a minute. He kept mumbling the exact same way. Like, you ever seen that video game Simon? It's a pattern you got to hit. He kept doing the same pattern, and it was a whole new thing that he said. I ain't trying to hear that. Anyway, I'm getting triggered on. I'm getting triggered all over again from watching that. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says wheelchair people are the setup for Stephen Hawking. Guy saying send help. She's my wife. Man. Oh, okay. All right. I'm done. Thank you to Twisted. I read that one. Thank you to Brandon Beard, who says Biden lead speech writer. Jacob Lee says Hogan greater than Stephen Hawking. Noah Garcia says, shout out to my mom watching the same ABL stream. We both said, ain't no way she translating that. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. That was, man. All right. Thank you to Bit Ross Little Rocks, who says, let Brian talk more. Enough of this lady. Yeah, let him just talk. We could just figure out what he's talking about. Thank you to Uncle Horse, who says, my man is like, that's not what I said. Eric Harris says the wheelchair thing is staged. Twisted Clown says he was saying, I want a number 2 large and no cheese. Man, look, y'all got to stop with the jokes. Okay. G.I. Joe Trucker says, put up a new poll. The speech that you just saw versus Kamala. James Robinson says that translation is not real. She is full of ish, LOL. He said, help. Thank you to Ricardo E., who says, ABL, you held up well. There is zero way she was really translating that. Exactly. Thank you to Hosanna Renee, who says, man, that was really rough to watch. How could she possibly translate that? That was the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life. And they call Trump a liar. Women, you just lied in pure fakery. Exactly. Thank you to this guy Experience, who says, I'm sorry, ABO, I'm out. I can't take these lies anymore. Thank you to Hosanna Renee, who says, well, vote Trump. I would have died if she said that. Thank you to Jess, who said, I just subscribed. Twisted Clown says, RP headphone users. Hosanna Renee said, make it stop. That voice. Yeah, some of these voices are really like nails on a chalkboard. It was a mess. And sorry for that little hand motion. It's too late. Thank you to Ian Kinney, who says, that lady gave me pig vibes from Animal Farm. Thank you to Dixie, who says, my first, laugh, then KS. Shout out to you. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, most unions protect crappy workers. Thank you to Smooth Artist, who says, ABL, I developed mental illness watching this. Thank you to Noel Garcia, who says, I think I saw somewhere, if you vote for Kamala, you get free knee pads. That's wild. Okay, hold on. We got a lot more. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, Cali Speed Rail, $11 billion for a slab of concrete. Smooth Artist says, I bet that Mike wet AF. Thank you to Smooth Artist again, who says, shoot, I flip gay if she was my wife too. Thank you to Narina. I know I'm tearing your name up and I'm sorry. Nyren OMD, who says, how can Dems bring this embarrassment of an LA mayor? Los Angeles is a slum full of homeless and half of the storefronts are empty. Twisted Clown says, freedom of choice means unless you want ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, we can't help you. Exactly. Thank you to Corey, who says, I've seen those translations in Pokemon. That's crazy. The video game NPC translation is crazy. Thank you to Laura Catherine, who says, ABL, I don't know if I can stand to watch this filth. Thank you to Coach99, who says, ABL, I'd like to hear your thoughts on Kamala's speech on her snatching patents and giving them to the government to use. She sounds like a corporate tyrant. Her socialism is showing. That's a good topic I need to look into. Thank you to J Dubs, who says, why are they not mentioning Agenda 47? Because that's going to go against their narrative of trying to make Project 2025 be a thing that's so scary that you shouldn't look at. But if you direct them to Project 47, which is Trump's plan, then they may like that and it's going to backfire. It's going to go against the narrative they're trying to push. Thank you to, but he also says this is hot garbage. They don't mention how Project 2025 talks about keeping the traditional family together and having fathers lead the home. It's not even about what it says. It's about what you can make someone think that it says. It's about trying to scare people. That's all that it is. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, libs read teleprompter like Robbie from Joe Dirt. Thank you to Laura Catherine, who says, the vibe is so fake. Thank you to Nyren. I know I'm tearing your name up and I'm sorry. I apologize. Who says, they don't have any ideas. They're running as if Trump is the incumbent. This is a short bus convention. Where everyone wins and no one gets fired. Exactly. Thank you to Laura Catherine, who says, this is a cheap, great value brand knockoff of the RNC convention. Thank you to Scholastic Book Fair. It's a great name, by the way. I used to love the book fairs at school. Scholastic Book Fair says, I had free lunch and lived in the projects until I was 21. That's not an excuse. Trump 2024. I'm now 25 and own multiple houses. I'm black, not a victim. There you go. Right on. I love it. Shout out to you. Thank you to Rez, who says, you're right. This is almost unbearable to watch. Same lies. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says, quote unquote, I was MAGA guys always look like they enjoyed doing something they shouldn't be doing with their hind parts. Thank you to Sophia, who says, New York loves Trump, especially South Bronx. Just ask Don Lemon. Thank you to El Marie, who says, this is like being waterboarded. I think I'm actively dying. Goodbye, cruel world. Crap. Is that brain matter leaking out of my ear? Thoughts and prayers to all the brave warriors enduring the DNC. Great comment. Loved it. Thank you to Aaron L, who says, they talk more about Trump than they do Kamala. Correct, because it's all about trying to scare you. That's it. Thank you to TJ Jizzle for your donation. I appreciate you as always. Thank you to Cornelius Romstein, who says, how about those protesters? I don't think there is one Trump supporter out there. And the host economy talking points for hooey. Thank you to Aaron L, who says she talked for about 5 minutes and 90% of that was about Trump. They mentioned Kamala and Biden in like 2 sentences. That speaks volumes about her substance. Thank you to Smooth Artist, who says, I ain't gonna read that one about Kamala. Thank you to TJ Jizzle, who says, they love this country so much they're giving free vasectomies and the If that is love, call me Tina because they act like Ike. Shame on them. Thank you to Scripture Shores who says, Joe's got to go. DNC is boring, sleepy, snoozing. Kamala barely spoke. Thank you to 050 and Fabulous who says, it began in Canada. Thank you to Halibor for Life who says, that rock explains her brain damage. Thank you to Bend Over for the vomit emojis. A bunch of them. A few dozen. Thank you to Rebel Without a Reason who says, too bad they want to end the functionality of the ladies' Mustang by 2050. That's correct. Yeah. The lady came out talking about how she knew Kamala when she was a little baby or whatever. And she said she had a 1966 Mustang that she took her for rides in. Now, and she still has that car. But good luck having a big gas guzzler like that in California. Out of everywhere in the world you can have a car like that. Thank you to Low Hat who says, thanks for the entertainment this election year. Hey, I do my best. Thank you to Great Dan who says, every time we hear Kamala's so-called inspiring childhood stories, her black dad is never mentioned. But she black though? Collard greens in the tub? What a clown. Sounds Indian to me, but I digress. Exactly. And then they're talking about, okay, we were in your old neighborhood. But which neighborhood was this? You lived everywhere. You lived in California. You lived in the Midwest. You lived in Canada. You moved to DC. So where were you at when this particular neighborhood was a thing? Were you in Cali, Midwest? What's up? Because they ain't speaking French. And for your formative years, from age 12 to 19, 20, you were in French Canada. Parlez-vous français, all that kind of good stuff. Eating poutine out there with the Mounties. You were on a horse with the Mounties during your formative years. I was in Virginia doing my thing. You were eating poutine on the horse with a dude with a 15-foot tall hat. Please stop playing games with me. Anyway, thank you to Melina who says, you are trigger ABL, but so are we. God bless what you do for us. LOL, this is rough. Hey, I do my best. Thank you. Thank you to 1-800-MDGAF who says, remember, they love Joe so much they kicked him out. Exactly. Thank you to Ben Dover who says she can't stop spelling the syrup. Thank you to Zacked Out for becoming an ABL supporter. Thank you to Susan Alchison who says, on the good note, could you imagine having to listen to this screech owl for 4 years? Thank God Trump won then and will win again. Twisted Clown says, Hillary and Nancy are hungry for kids. Rebel Without a Reason says, how fitting that they have the villain from the movie Ghost presenting at this event. Thank you to Stravos S who says, ABL, you look bored AF, as does the chat. Honestly, this is torture. Thank you to Jim with the laughing emoji. Thank you to Rebecca Starr who says, that's in Chicago. I don't see many black folks. See. Great eye. Thank you to G.I. Joe Trucker who says Jim Clyburn is the original Django character. Correct. The character was based on him. All right. And also the home health nurse with power of attorney, Jasmine Crockett. Thank you to Bull vs. Windshield who says, just a month ago, Biden called for less hate. Raskin and his ilk are the worst liars and just pure evil. Correct. Thank you to Rebel Without a Reason who says Jasmine Crockett looks like the fourth amigo. Wow. Shout out to Atomic Tabasco who says, who's watching their cats right now? Hey man, it's a cat daycare at the DNC. Thank you to G.I. Joe Trucker who says, no mention of Laken Riley, a woman. Correct. Rebel Without a Reason says, every time I see Kamala and Tim together, it's like a crazy Twilight Zone episode where they switch Joe Biden for someone else. Oh, wait, exactly. Thank you to Kenneth Chow for the $ laughing emoji or smile emoji. Thank you to Andres Soble. And if I told your name, I'm sorry. If that's how you pronounce your name, I apologize. Andres Soleil, if that's correct, says a party that had a Planned Parenthood truck for abortion and vasectomies, 15 black babies deleted ever since Roe v. Wade. 15 million black babies deleted ever since Roe v. Wade. Both vs. Windshield says 2020 built back better. Biden Harris. Don't go back. Harris Tampon Tim. Who writes this stuff? Kimmel writers, that's a really good point. First, it was built back better, then we're not going to go back. So which one is it? It's kind of contradictory. Very good eye, very good brain. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who says, Raphael Warnock has screwed us. He made deals with corporations, and Tyler Perry in our own town is being taxed to death. Gas is higher here than most parts of Atlanta. He's a liar. I live in this district. That's crazy. Gas being higher in Atlanta than anywhere in Georgia is crazy. You expect for it to be high in the city, Buckhead or something like that, but outside of Atlanta, it's going to be cheaper. But that's crazy how you guys got higher gas out there than ATL proper. That's a mess. Thank you to Buffalo's Windshield, who says America is on its back like Cammy's career clown. Okay, I get any. Thank you to Keith Kevin Lawrence for your donation. Thank you to James Jones, who says him, then Jill, then Ashley. What a sick thing to do to her, then Joe. Thank you to Engineering, who says democratic values. What are those? Great question. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who says in a few years, little girl will regret her stance. Thank you to Engineering, who says if anyone should invest in fake, whatnots, it would be Jill. She got the money. Yeah, that was funny. I saw that comment live. That was really funny. Thank you to Lady Schleiper for your beating heart donation emoji. Thank you to Boat vs. Windshield, who says, is it me or is Cammy looking at Caddy at Jill? I'm not sure. Thank you to Engineering, who says, she looks like when you buy... come on, man. I can't say some of these, man. Yeah, it's a little bit too X-rated. Thank you to TJ Jizzle, who says, dig deep equals, y'all make me do it. Thank you to Kale, who says, they give me serious David Miscavige vibes. Thank you to Engineering, who says poor girl is brainwashed. Thank you to Engineering, who also says she's a true example of when political gains are more important than values. Thank you to Ed Ramsey, who says that pastor is a liar. Only God can heal our land. 2 Chronicles 7:14. God has something to say about the lies we and the decision that we make. Hold on, I got to read that again. God has something to say about the lives we live and the decisions we make. Thank you to TJ Jizzle, who says, family? Let's talk about Jill cheating on her husband with Joe Byron. Family, huh? Thank you to Cornelius Ramstein, who says, she should have put Hunter up there instead. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who said, this is an embarrassing moment as an American. Bo versus Windshield says, Biden is a traitor. He gave our enemy, the Taliban, over $6.5 billion with a B in military hardware. That is treason. Very good point. Thank you to Blast Radius, who says, a lot of moist crying and yelling from the Democrats up there. Why are they so angry? Thank you to Kale, who says, lifetime crook at the podium. Thank you to Jackie Blue, who says, forbearing this nauseating pain with us. Love you. Thank you to Dr. Evil 814, who says, where are the American flags? Great question. Thank you to Mr. Thompson, who says, campaigning for Kamalia. Thank you to Alt Rock Lover, who says, veins bulging, torches. Yeah, I was like, excuse me, sir, veins bulging. What are we saying here? This is a little bit too much for regular TV. Thank you to Dizzy O, who says, I want one of the illegal migrants to run on stage. Y'all, that'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious. If an illegal alien just bum rushed the stage, that'd have just been marvelous. But that security out there is crazy. They got a big wall, all that outside. So you're not going to see that on the inside. But, hey, they got a big wall around the actual DNC. But if I and you and all of us on the wall around the country, that's racist. Got it. Thank you to Curious Irish Angel, who said, KH, Kamala Harris equals Joe Biden. Insane illegal immigration, close the pipeline, tanked our oil surplus reserves, horrific pull out of Afghanistan, unimaginable cost of living. Joe Biden paid Big Pharma with the Vax Trump 2024. Thank you to Kale, who says Hitler Party 2.0. Thank you to IDZO, who says, quote, quote, you ain't black, Joe Biden. Thank you to James Robinson, who says, here we go again. Leading with Feelings and Identity Politics, DEI Higher. Thank you to Zippy for your donation or for becoming a member. Thank you to Kale, who says, F Ukraine, what about American veterans? Correct. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who says, hashtag Democratic Dems, hashtag Democratic DNC, hashtag emotional DNC, and hashtag DNC lies. Thank you to Chris Fuller, who says, Kamala bows to X, Y, and Z all day long, Joe. I ain't gonna say what the X, Y, Z was, because this is a family show. Thank you to Curious Irish Angel, who says, 10 for the big guy. With Love Hunter. Thank you, ABL, for hanging out with us. Windy City, love to all. Trump 2024. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says 25th incoming. Step aside for a bit, Mike and Hitlery. Thank you to Kale, who says Dems don't vote, they steal. Kale also says these politicians should pay their fair share. There you go. Thank you to James Robinson, who says I'm an Iraq vet and hate to hear him talk about our service members, especially when he left all of our equipment behind. $25,000 down for a home payment is ridiculous. I'm out here in Cali, so I know. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who says, how can people fall for Tampon Tim acting? Those facial expressions are so 1980s. I swear, Dems are schmucks. This is embarrassing. Makes me want to hide. Thank you to Big B, who says, the Crying Ninja Network and MSDNC said Trump's speech was too long. Biden out here yelling hatred as usual for the longest, repeating everything. That's funny how that works, right? They'll say Trump spoke too long and he was rambling, but then Biden, he won't get any of that same treatment. Thank you to Buffer Winship, who says Joe Biden should have closed with my butt's been wiped. Great win. Thank you to JD, who says, how tall is Joe? Or how tall is this Joe, this version of Joe? He got the speech impediment down. I want to see the Roomba robot dance getting off the stage. The Roomba robot dance to get off the stage is crazy. Like not knowing where you're going. Like, okay, here's a floor, right? Here go the Roomba. It's like, okay, obstacle. Oh, obstacle. That's kind of what's going on with Joe, right? Thank you to JD, who says, all right, that one. Thank you to Ivan Jr., who says, the emotional hook, line, and sinker of a poem right there, folks. The emotional Dems will grasp at that to the end of time. Thank you to Mila, who says, thanks, ABL. Keep the faith. We'll do. Thank you for that. Thank you to, or Malia. If I said your name wrong, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you to Stavros S., who says, I'm glad they have that mobile neutering unit, LOL. Please, Democrats, don't reproduce anymore. Thank you to Trish for Trax, who says, thank you, ABL. It's hard hearing the lies, and they will be repeated via their media for days to come. God help us. NYS Trisha, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Is that New York State? Shout out to you. Thank you to Kale, who says the token J. Thank you to Big B, who says she never mentioned Jesus, Yeshua. Thank you to LP, who says they sure do need prayers after all that BS. Thank you to AFR for real, or what's that? AJR FR, who says still can't get over ABL throwing the gang signs. Yeah, I'm throwing my setup. Yeah, this right here, this nerd gang. We do that all day long. Thank you to Twisted Clown, who says the wheelchair guy wants to. You said the wheelchair guy wants starter prayer. Let's not. And thank you to JD, who says, instead of the Roomba dance off, they had a baby lead them off. That's too hilarious. That's right. We saw that with the little boy or whatever with the long hair leading them off the stage. All right. That'll be a wrap for me. It's been a long stream, but I enjoyed you guys tonight as always. That speech was a mess. The Democratic National Convention was a mess. I might stream tomorrow's if they got anybody worth mentioning. If they're going to bring a bunch of mouth breathers out there and talk about January 6th and immigrant, but I will be, of course, here on Wednesday doing my regular ABL live show. And I think Tampon Tim's going to speak on Wednesday, so I may be able to play some of that. And also the regular show. But at Thursday, that's when Kamala speaks. So I will most certainly be going live again. If we got to do a marathon stream again, then so be it. I'm here to just bring what's going on. debates, whatever's going on. And of course, the election in November, I will be here all day, night, whatever for that. So, hey, at Duke Raoul, when the wheelchair guy came out, I was toast. Like, I couldn't even help it. I was crying. I was literally crying. I've not had a laugh that good in a while. Because it's one of them laughs where you feel guilty. It's like, man, I shouldn't even be laughing at this, man. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, man. Man, that was nuts. That was nuts. All right, but that'll be a wrap for me. You guys have been great. Until next time, y'all be safe. I'm out. And peace.